All right, good morning, everyone. She kept me up all last night, but she's okay. She won't lay down. I don't know what her issue is. It's like she's telling me she has to go to the bathroom 24/7. So she's just like walking in circles. So I like go and let her out. That's what I just was where I just was as well. But it's like she's like forever antsy, like she's got doing the pee dance. So at night when I'm like trying to sleep, she's doing the same thing, just like begging to go out. And then we go there, and then there's either nothing or it's in the same as before. I don't know. Hopefully she gets better. It is what it is. Yeah. And apparently this morning I woke up at 8:45, did three long division problems, solved two memorization tables, and then passed out after turning off all my alarms again. So that's cool. Yeah, it's my alarm thing. So that they don't just like auto snooze and then go off. So if I want to like turn off one of my alarms, I have to solve a math problem. I mean, this just looks like balance today, guys. As sad as that is, we'll see what happens. But does not look like we're gonna get a crazy trend today. Maybe something changes. Let me go look at the news. I don't know what that means. Mm, Okay. Looks like Braxton's on a similar page. Spy options are pricing in the sleepiest day in the last 3 weeks today. Call wall at 6150. Mm, so I guess we just watch 6150. If we can rip through it and hold, then maybe trend. If not, then probably stuck. That'd be my guess. XLK went straight to 52 and then sold. We're watching to see if XLK can, sorry, not gonna XLK, XLF went straight to in the money off the 52 contracts that we were talking about yesterday. This is that resistance that we were able to push through, and we were able to put pop. We are still just like straight holding 52s. Gotta really just see this thing flag if we want to see this break this and retest these highs. There just seems to be zero interest from financial names above this level. I don't know. I don't know why. Just seems like that's sell side value, and it has been for a very long time. So keep that in mind that this 52 level is kind of the high until proven otherwise. Other than that, yeah, I mean, it just looks like a balanced day. You're getting a little bit of expansion on our value low, right? We're getting a little expansion like that way. But we are still reverting in our reversion zones and then just pushing back down to our value edge and then rotating up. So for the last two periods, we have shown nothing but a willingness to trade balance. Right? We create an excess in our high, in our reversion zone high. We create an excess in our reversion zone low, and then we do a full rotation of balance. So we just did the same thing again. We created an excess above our value. We created an excess below. We traded to value. We are then able to hold our low, and now we've entered back in, right? So SPY is looking to revert and push right back up, showing that we are in a very clear balance.
US trade policy adds to developed Europe's economic recovery challenges.
Let's see if we can see the same thing on NQ. Turn off all of our chicken scratch. And yeah, we've done nothing but hold our value low off of PVZ and revert in our value, in our reversion zone high to our POC. So the last two periods, that's all we've done. We are now at our value high edge here on NQ after reverting from our value low. So until we can see a very clear look over 140, there isn't really any great upside targets. If we can start to build above this, right, then we should be able to at least push into our ETH high about 164. Until then, you're pretty stuck in between 100 and 140. Upside target being 160 above, downside target being 080. Value is slightly shifted up on NQ. But yeah, looks very balanced to me. Look at Globex. Anything happen? It's exciting. No, Globex was balanced as well. All we did was come back up. So we tagged our VPOC down here, previous day value, and then rotated back into our balance that we're currently trading, which was yesterday. Or this morning, right? It's this rotation back and forth. It's just the same thing. Okay. It's weird that we are taking off Monday. So arbitrary for George Washington's birthday, even though it was on the 22nd. It was Friday. Or no, that's Saturday. Got it. You'd think they just give us off Friday though. Why Monday? Yeah, but that's stupid. If it's supposed to be for his birthday, at least make it closer. Whatever. Why not have PVZ on this thing? There we go. So rejected our 140 edge value, rotating down. Trying to see if POC can hold as resistance here for the full rotation down into 100 on NQ. ES back down to our reversion zone low. Russell testing our ETH low.
So US Vice President Vance says we want to achieve durable peace in Ukraine.
I'm gonna be watching to see if this 220 holds offer. 220, 230. We want to see a pretty strong seller here if we're going to have another leg down.
So German Chancellor Scholz says there are signs that cooperation with the USA can continue.
If sell side fails to hold this, then it's going to be a huge loss for sellers here. So we've got Russell, ES, and NQ all trying to push lows. And if they're able to hold, build an excess just like last time, and do our low, and then get us back over VWAP, I'm going to assume that we probably would break our downtrend with another failure down here. Just complete unwillingness from sellers to like actually rotate us. So it's super important that we show interest at our day open and get us back over 130 very quickly if buyers are going to pop this. If not, I expect sell side to take advantage of it and start to build us out like something like this down into our 090 area. So really important that we see balance persist. If we ever see a lower high put in, and just this 120, 130 area, kind of where I'm watching right now to see if that offer is going to stick or not for a lower high. If it does, I'm going to be looking for this rotation like that. Just delete all this. $40 until new 15s.
EU's Callis says listening to Vance's speech was as if they are trying to pick a fight with us.
So far, bids holding our balance low, pushing into our 120, 130. Need to see a very clear offer and hold of 130s and then a rotation below for anything real, or we're just stuck here. I'm trying to figure out the best way to illustrate this for you guys. This yellow box is where we expect buy side liquidity to be located. This red box is where sell side should be located. And if they are going to shift value, we expect them to hold our halfway back for that rotation down, right? So we're just right now expecting balance in between these two areas until either bids can step back up or sell side can, from this, look down and then start to hold this as resistance for continuation. Right, we need to see very clear shifts outside of this balance for one of a directional break, right? And it should be obvious. But we've got a very clearly defined seller at 130s. And I feel like it's very obvious that we have a buyer here and or a low. I don't know if it could be more obvious. If we look at our delta profile, our delta by price here, is it obvious as well, this like 130 and 100, 105 area? If we look at it like this. We're just rotating this range right here right now. So what do we need to see for this to break? Well, we're going to need to see a very clear acceleration below, right? For something like this to happen. Or a very clear bid and supportive move here for continuation up. Or I just expect us to rotate this garbage. What's up, Flex? Did I get any flowers and chocolate today? No, I did not. Did you? This guy in a game that I play, Flex, got me a $300 virtual heart item, though. So there's that. I'm making it big with the fellas. What a waste of money. Did you get our matching one, Flex? Oh, let's see. Rotating down to our low here into our 100. There's our balance low off of the failure at 120, 130. Pushing into target now. It's a good first risk off if you did take a short playing off of this. We need to see a very clear look below and hold. The only exception here is if just straight up acceleration. Ideally, though, we're going to see a decent retest of this area as resistance and then a rotation down to our lower target for a full rotation of our balance. That has us putting us down at 80s. So just keeping an eye on this to see if we can now hold this and find acceptance here, or if this is going to continue to stay bid. If this continues to stay bid and sellers get absorbed here, then there's no shift, right? Like it's that simple. Who is calling me? All right, sorry about that. So looking for a bit of relief here and then a retest of this area, just like we have pathed. We'll watch to see if excess is able to, buyers are able to absorb here and get us back above for rotations up, or if sell side can hold. We need to see a lower high put in. Ideally here, right? Just like 108, 100. Showing interest below day open. If they can't do this, then it's just the same thing that's happened the last 3 times we've tried. So it's super important that sellers do that.
Hello, Friday enjoyers.
So
Not much.
I was just telling these guys if sell side fails here, then we're probably just going to revert and come back up, and
Yeah.
balance
It's
maintains.
interesting how, like, well, I know ES is still, like, quote unquote trendy, but it's really just balance.
Yeah.
But, like, RTY is decent sell pressure. All these underlines are just absolutely flat, though, for tech.
I really wouldn't want to see this go any higher than this. As soon as if we show any interest above like this 112, 115 area, it just looks like a full reversion to me. So really want to see this continue to hold. We can see that as well on our footprint chart here. We are just reoffering a bit higher than I wanted, but this is the last basically chance for sellers, in my opinion, for short term. If we can hold here, things look fine. If they're able to bid and rotate us back up, then I'm just expecting rotations back up to like 136, 140. With, of course, 120 being our first target. See if I can mark 112 for you guys. It sucks that everything is so close. Again, if they show interest above this, side loses, in my opinion. Just retest the POC here at our 15s. Need to show clear interest back now below. I'm gonna look for a bid here into 110, 105 to see if buyers can hold a higher low and flag from here, or if this is going to go offer and then we can play this downside. We're looking for bids to be able to step in here and then rotate us over 120 for a push to 140. But if we don't see this 105, 110 area hold, then we can look for it to be a re-offer point for rotations down. So just keeping an eye on it.
So there's much more present on ES/RTY here so far. Q RTY, top of range.
So Trump is to approve gas export project after lifting the Biden pause.
Should risk off 1 here into 28s. 28 to 36 area is your first target off of the reverse from this recovery and hold from 105 and then the hold of 110s. Thirty-sixes here.
Yes, kind of back into it. I'll say like breakout or like value shift area. It's lagging. NQ's doing.
ES testing value low. RTY testing ETH low.
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we get US Baker Hughes data, oil rig count prior 480, and total rig count prior 586. And Trump is expected to sign some executive orders. Bear in mind it is closed press.
The risk to reward tool. Yeah, I can do that for you. My bad. But when you see stuff like this, you need to, we're looking for sell side to be below here for any sort of short. We know that our 120, 130 edge was our first short target and our rotation down. So there's no short here for me until we see this action, right? So what do we need to see here for this to be our seller? So I can just visualize this for you. What are we looking for in this low? Well, we need to see a very clear look below, and then this holding as offer for this rotation down. Or this is just going to be our bid, and then what are we looking for? What if we're looking for this on the sell side, Ron? What are we looking for on the buy side? What happened instead of this? Well, it's the exact opposite, right? We have an auction pivot that we're playing around, right? So what are we looking for on the buy side? We're looking for a look below and then the ability to hold. Exact reverse. Yeah, right? So when we see a failure from sellers to show a push below, we're looking for then a rebid and then a rotation up. That's all this is. We know that this is our balance low. If we look left, we can see that there's been a buyer here this entire time. So without a very clear shift from our sellers below, we have to consider that this is still where our bid is, and we're looking for a secondary buyer to step in and rotate up. As soon as we're able to get over this 30 pivot, we know that this is already balanced. We know where we're going. God, I wish this was... Again, we've already established that we're in a balanced market. So if we hold our value low, which is here at 100, and we then take off into our 130, and then we see 130s go supportive, we know where we're going. We're going up into our 140, and then our secondary target into 160. We're just rotating balance. That's all this is. Nothing is shifted. Without a shift and a look below and hold, we've seen sell side fail again and again. So yeah, I can start using the profit loss tool again, but like it should be obvious in the sense of we are not seeing a shift of value.
So money market fund assets rise to a record $6.923 trillion according to ICI.
This NQ4 rotation, like to see ES catch a bid here. Or rotate value as well.
According to two members of Kiev's delegation, Ukraine and US teams are still working on critical minerals deal draft, and some details need to be worked out. At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we get US Baker Hughes data. Oil rig count prior 480 and total rig count prior 586. We also expect Trump to sign some executive orders. Bear in mind that is closed press.
Again, the first thing I said when I got on is that we're in balance. You got to treat the market. You can't expect more until we see a willingness to trade more. Like we're clearly rotating between two areas, and so until we see one of these pivots break in a very clear shift of value, we have to respect that this is where buying is happening and this is where selling is happening. And until we see a push below, you don't want to be shorting buy side value. It's just it's not a good risk to reward. Pushing into our 160 target now. This is our reversion area. This is full target for me. So now in here, we'll be watching to see if we continue our balance, right? And do something like this for rotations back down, or if we can start trending up. But this is where we'll be watching for sell side to be located, anywhere in between this 160, 170, 80 area. This is just ETH high, right? So it's a good target, but it's a good area to risk off a bit and look for a pushback down to like 140, 130 if we see any sort of break of our higher lows. Buyer attempting at 155. Just going to keep an eye on that level. See if that flips or if that can continue to hold.
Shortly expecting the results of the Baker Hughes data. US Baker Hughes total rig count 588, 588.
A huge level for ES here at our 35s. Our 15-minute VWAP and our value edge. Day open, all this jazz up here. Big old pivot for ES. NQ testing our overnight high. Same thing with Russell, our overnight low. What's up, Roy?
And oil rig count 481, 481.
I'm gonna go put on a hoodie. Crazy.
Get
Epic.
chilly.
Jesus. All right, this is where I'd want to see a re-offer of 55s, and for that to hold offer, if we were going to keep going down, or bids will step in here, and we'll look for a push over ETH high on NQ over 160. Need to see just a really strong willingness to hold our POC here from previous candle. at 150. There's that bid that we were just talking about, stepping over our ETH high and pushing. See if we can now hold. I'd like to see a pretty serious bid here, 160. We're going to keep going short term. If not, then it's going to be a failure and then a rotation through this little auction that we've created. Yeah, it's so good. I really think that if you just did that, you'd be fine. We need to establish above ETH high, or this is just not looking great. Testing highs here. Good bounce and hold on Russell. Need to get over ETH low. Yes, retesting our high.
So Dell nears a deal to sell $5 billion in AI servers to Musk's xAI. So the Dell servers for xAI are to include NVIDIA Blackwell GB200 chips.
Yes, gotta do it here.
If you have the ability to hold a runner, you want to be putting it below 160, I believe. You can just probably continue on with this. I am flat into 170. Just waiting now for another entry when Russell and ES are able to break out. As long as we're continuing to find a buyer, though, at that 160 and holding ETH high, I think you're probably okay. Issue is if this doesn't hold, then it's going to be a rotation back below, and then something like this, and then we have to figure out if this is going to go bid again, or if this is going to go offer, and then lead down. See if we can find a bid here at 160 to our top edge.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
Russell leading down. Need to get over 170 for this to be valid, or just downtrend's going to persist, and we'll probably rotate down to 150 again, would be my guess.
22 counterparties take $58.77 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Nice job, Sauce.
Zelensky says he had a good meeting with the US VP Vance.
Yeah, I've been a huge fan of MNQ lately. Just 5 lots, 5 lots.
And Zelensky says the US and Ukraine teams to continue work on critical minerals deal. And Zelensky says we are ready to move as quickly as possible towards real peace.
I'm personally flat. I'm just waiting for either the look and hold over 170s or the rotation through. I really don't have a ton of interest here. Only trade that you could try is trying to buy this 160, 155, 160 with a stop below 150s, right? And attempting this. I personally just think it's a little too thin for me to want to put on this risk, but looking for something like this, right? The problem is that it can do the exact opposite as well, right? We're just trying to see if this is going to rotate with this ETH high holding offer. So the short idea would be the exact reverse of this, which is this is your entry and this is your stop, and we're looking for a rotation through. So this is the short idea. The long idea would be longing this and then looking to play. Oh, that's the wrong one. Long. Looking for the look below, and then the rotation, and then the play back up. I personally just don't really want to touch this area between just like 165 and 148. But this is what we're watching for right now is off of this failure, can we now hold our ETH high as resistance for this rotation back down to bottom of range? My thing is like, okay, well, what happens once we get back to the bottom of range? Now that we're entered back into what we're considering like the auction, which is here. Once we get back down to the low, do we then hold this as resistance for the last push? Or can we then hold this as supportive and then look up for this continuation higher? So this is just like a little scalping area. I'm just waiting. This does not feel worth to me. Trying to scalp
Yeah,
this.
it's gotta kind of get its butt in gear.
I think this is a good visualization. And the reason why I kind of am marking it like this is it's the same principle that we used at the low, playing this back up, is that we have to recognize that we're in a balanced market, right? So I would love to see expansion, right? But we understand that this is the same area where we saw sellers last time, and that we're clearly still seeing that seller present here. So I'm not interested really, unless I was still in my like longs from below. I'm not interested in looking for continuation or holding runners because I don't have a position on from these lows. So the risk to reward here doesn't make sense until I see a very clear willingness to kind of support this upper area and then go for this trend continuation. Without that, I have to understand that this could easily just be a rotation back down because we're in a balanced market and we're at our high edge, right? So my trades have to represent that. And I have to be very respectful with my longs, with my shorter term levels, because I'm scalping a very small node at our highs. And if this fails, right, then it's just going to be a rotation through our balance that we've already established. Hopefully that makes sense and is easy to see on PVZ. Again, this is our reversion zone in a balanced market. So it's really important to see how we interact here now that we're back to our low, right? Our POC of this upside candle. Is this going to hold? And from this hold, do we see a failure here and then a rotation below? Or can we get back above and then see a strong bid and continuation higher? If we reject that like 160, 165 area from this bounce point and make a lower high and then push below this low, we should get a rotation down. Right? Because what have we done? We've trapped at the highs. We've entered back into our range, our established range here. And now we have a catalyst at our highs for sell side to then take advantage below our pivot. Does that make sense, or am I confusing you? We can see that on footprint as well. So it's very important that we see a seller try to really step in here at this lower edge and hold this if we're going to continue down for that target into like 120, 130. If they're able to reclaim this, then it's going to be the same thing that happened at these highs where we'll trap here and then we'll look for this rotation and bid back up for this move into 163. And then from here, it's going to be, do we continue downward or can we build up? So it's very important that we see our seller basically step in here and then offer this lower. Because if they don't, then it's just going to be a pop and rotation back up. So this is where you'd want to see offer sit and then put back a push below 150s if we are going to make a lower high. If not, then we just rotate fully. Take off one here into 165. Leave a runner. Look to see if we can bid and hold above. Need to get over 170. This is POC from our seller. We can see buyers really trying to attempt here. Retesting our ETH high.
Yes, got a lift.
Need to see more from buyers here. We don't want to see them get exhausted up into these highs. This is my next risk off here to like 176. See if we can get some continuation. Took out our high. 139 above on NQ here. Watch for a loss of momentum. POC before the shift. Just move stops up. Was I able to explain that area decently enough for you guys to be able to trade it, or was that too confusing? Like understanding the failures on the edges and understanding what to expect and where to expect those moves, I think is like all you need to know in those areas. It's like, and then it's just playing around it. So if like that didn't make sense, I really need you to go back and watch it because it's super important for understanding how to play those kind of balance areas and the failures at our edges. Here, I'm gonna copy. Do you see where I got in? I didn't play the low. I waited for the bid and rebid over our 155, which we've already seen as a very clear level. So what do we see here in just price action if we were looking at this? What is this showing us? What is this very clear pivot? We have a buyer who's attempted and then failed and we push below. We have a seller who's then holding 155 and pushing down. So what does it mean if we then see a bid then step back in and then hold this pivot that's been both a buyer and a seller, and then we see them show excitement above? Well, I want to then be initiating and playing the push and hold back into this range, this rotation back up, right? It's the same thing here. We get our look below, we get our rebid, and then our push up. My first risk off has to be into our top edge, playing for this rotation up, because we've seen that this has failed. The seller failed here. So now I'm playing this rotation up, and now I'm taking profit into our offer that's sitting here, and we can see that on the DOM. Right? So now it's just about playing a continuation trade, and then looking for that rotation up further. Do we see this pivot? The flip of the bid? And then what did we say was needed to establish into this? What do we look for once we're able to push over 170s? Breakout, right? Because we've shown that we have a willingness to now hold our top edge. If we're willing to hold this top of our balance, then we should be able to go higher. Right? But I can't, like, these are these areas where it's very hard for me to put a risk to reward profile on, because you have to be, it's snap judgment off of execution. We understand what needs to happen into these lows and highs. And if it fails, then we go in the opposite direction. We understand that this is a balance area, and we're looking for people to get trapped on the excess on the outside edges. And then we look for the lower high or the higher low. We took profit on a short to 160 into value area high, and then reversed the runner on the bid on the 160. Yeah, okay, so that 151, 155, 160 is a while. Makes sense to me. And if you have the ability to hold a runner, like you're in a pretty good spot. I've personally taken full profit. I'll look for another entry, but right, we're still holding higher lows. We're trying to build this out. We're watching Russell retest ETH low, seeing if we can bid here and hold. We're watching to see our reaction into our NQ POC shift here and our value edge. Need to see a very similar reaction like we saw in NQ, where we can build above, or this is just going to rotate again. Trying to combine this and ICT. I would drop ICT, brother. When the creator of ICT isn't profitable, I would drop it. Next target, 196 for me. Just a fib target. 220 is my higher time frame fib target, but 196 first. Russell, really nice hold on our ETH low and flag. Just need to see a push over our AVWAP off of PVZ, and then a willingness to kind of trade this for rotations up for a target into 89.4 on RTY. Just need to see if we can hold and push above. Yeah, I don't mean any hate either. Like, I just think that you're probably holding yourself back quite a bit by trying to, you were being misguided with ICT.
Yes. Another little look here, value high. I wrote in intradays earlier. Honestly, with this, I'd like to see it get up and over, especially with this NQ move.
It's our 96 target on NQ off of our hold and push POC of previous candle. Russell still has a bit more room to go for a value rotation, but I expect a bit of sell side pressure into 196. If we can push above 2000 from yesterday, I do expect a rotation into 2220, that higher time frame. 2000 was a huge pivot. And like ES is just going to try to establish above value, right? And then we'll look for that move up to ETH high if it can do it.
I want to see 40 stay bid on ES here.
Yeah, that would be ideal. If 40s don't stay bid, if they flip offer instead, I'd look for a rotation back down to like 36 before you get anything real for buyers. You want to see like a pretty clear bid and hold. Go grab water. I'll be right back.
So TSMC considers operating US Intel factories after Trump request.
So other tech firms may take stakes in the possible TSMC Intel tie-up as well.
50 seconds until 15s. Ideally, we hold like 175 and then continue on higher. I have a sneaking suspicion uh, that we're gonna have to do something like this personally. So I'm not touching it until I see something a bit better. I feel like we're gonna have to like tag into 170 and then look back above 183 for continuation. But anything in here that shows like a pretty reactive bid and then steps us up is going to be good. I'm just a bit worried that we have to look lower first and then we look higher. Pushing into our 140 now on ES. $196 held offer on NQ. So again, this would be the most reactive buying area. The most bullish, if we were going to hold, would be here into our buyer pivot on NQ with ES holding our 140. Like to see us get back over like 140.50 on ES from this move if it was going to hold, or we might have one more leg down, which would correlate with us taking out that low and then doing something like this if ES doesn't just get over and then bid like this from here. Need to see very strong reactions. Watching ES as we approach off of our hold. Need to get over that 141.50. I'm thinking for NQ, 92 will probably be our level. Star halfway back and POC retest from previous candle. Watching ES here. So far rejecting Russell, rejecting our value edge. Yeah, then again, like I can go over this area a bit more. This is our most bullish response because it's just a look back into our previous buyer here from this upside candle at this POC here at this 180, 183 area. That's your most bullish response. If we can hold this and then look for new highs above, awesome, right? Like that's a great sign. But if this fails and this continues these lower highs, then I'm looking for us to come into this void that's down here into 170 first, tag that, and then reclaim this POC at our 183. So it's really just a matter of how much of a bid are we going to get, and is it going to be enough of a reaction from this level to rotate us and start to do something like this for continuation higher, or do we need that look into that liquidity void and then that look back above POC for continuation? I just don't have the answer for you yet. Everything else is too flat. I think this makes a great first risk off if you are trading off of that 180, 183. Look to see if we can bid and hold above here now. Next target would be 200. We can hold like 90, 93 on the bid. This still just looks to me like NQ just kind of like random walking our balance while ES and RTY are flat. So I have not taken this trade. I'll look for either like the breach and push outside of the range, or the look below and then the return back into the range. I'm freezing. What is going on?
Gotta turn that heat up.
Jesus.
Bear in mind that Trump is currently speaking at the White
Oh
House.
boy.
Here we go.
All right.
You wanted a move.
Pack it up, boys.
You're gonna get your move. Or not.
Or not.
Oh,
Okay. Huge.
that's my alpha for the day. We have potential to trade up or down. Here all week.
This is second target here into 200s. We'll look to see if we can bid and hold above. Understand Trump's talking, and we can get a bit of volatility into our edges. And these levels might become very insignificant
So
very
Trump signs
fast.
an order creating an energy dominance council.
Yeah, I bet you like that surf. That's what perks you up for the day, huh? Yeah, man.
God, if Trump wasn't talking, I think that this goes
Trump
to
says the US has more
20s
energy than
very
any other
quick.
country.
It looks so good on the 15. This might be a mistake, but I'm going to attempt small here at the stop below 197 for the move up to 220. Let's see if I get stopped out from some garbage.
Trump signs a Commonwealth LNG export license.
15 seconds until new 15s. I think we're gonna get stomped out here, Slosh. Yeah.
It's ES 140 again. It's got a like Uber lift.
I'll look for buy side liquidity for a secondary attempt here, 187, 192 area. This is my last chance. See if this is gonna hold or not. POC previous candle here. It's okay. Yeah, of course it's okay. It's just annoying.
Trump says he's working on a pipeline held up by New York to bring down energy prices.
Yeah, they've been huge. Mm, I understand the bid here, but I do really want to see like a look into 170s or a look
So
over
Trump says
203 here
625
before
million users
I
of
try again after getting
offshore that
stopped.
had been banned under Biden will now be unbanned.
This area just looks a little too juicy now for me. It's the same thing on ES, right? We're watching to see if this 39 to like 40 area goes offer. If it does, then we can see one more leg down. Just back to day open. That 135, 136 area. We shall see. I'm gonna wait.
Now that it's in the node, it probably should oscillate.
Hopefully he's quick with what he says. Again, like this area really makes sense for us to hold. I'm just gonna show you on footprint so that you can see it as well. But if we start to look below it, then that move down, right? Those where those red deltas are. If we ever start to show any sort of offer and attempt back from a look below, that's when things get a bit rough, and that's what I'm trying to avoid. Is that interaction down there? If that accelerates below. you guys see what I mean? Sorry, I was doing something, so I didn't. Those deltas at the low. Do we get what I'm talking about here? So what happens if these guys, we start to see that seller start to show that interest below, and then we offer, we should see that acceleration through, right? Yeah, it becomes like a pretty strong reoffer point on a look below, and then if we see this 185 show strength, and then that would give me that dip look that I've been looking for into that 170. Just to kind of fill out some of this structure on this tail. So really important that we either continue to see these guys get absorbed here, right, for this rotation back up, and then we need to see a very clear look above, or I just expect this LVN to be filled, right, and then we look for a re-entry back inside this range above this guy and bids to step up for this rotation through, right? Like that's the idea. It's like we should look for either sellers to really start to show aggressive move down to fill LVN into this LVN fill, look for a bid, and then we look for a recapture of this balance, or a look back into the balance.
US Trade Representative says a panel will hold a hearing on February 19th on the special 301 review.
You see what I mean? How aggressive that can get there? And that will push into the LVN.
It says full ES oscillation of this upper node to view up.
This is our ES target off of our pathing of this becoming our offer flip. So we're watched to see if this 35 holds or if we need to rotate down to 33 for completion. RTY into our ETH low. And again, we're just entering into our NQ pocket now. See if we need one more leg down or if our 75 edge can hold. Completion of the void, right, would be down to 167. We're looking for a bid and hold back above like 183, 185 for this to have any merit for a break of downtrend. Going to post an update just so you can see that sell side aggression there. So now LVN's been filled. We'll watch to see if bids can push. Again, need to see a look back over 193 for this to be valid. We've now filled that void on that candle.
NYMEX gasoline March futures settle at $2.08 a gallon. NYMEX diesel March futures settle at $2.46 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas March futures settle at $3.72. And NYMEX WTI crude March futures settle at $70.74 a barrel. That's down 55 cents or 0.77%.
Nice job, Sauce.
Yes, found some buyers daily open, retesting kind of like LVN in the middle of value here. What's up, Gav?
Trump says I wouldn't mind minority stake by Nippon in US steel, and Nippon is looking at investment, including debt, in US steel. Trump says with tariffs, US steel will be a real powerhouse again. And Brent crude futures settle at $74.74 a barrel. That's down 28 cents or 0.37%. Trump says auto tariffs may come around April 2nd.
Why is NQ today way stronger than others? Any reason? Way stronger? Mm,
I don't know if it's strong.
yeah.
It's just less of liquid, so it's moving more. Like underlines are literally not moving. Like go look at the Apple chart. Movement does not necessarily mean strength.
Trump says, I would take a hard stance on Gaza on Saturday. Not sure what Israel will do.
Trump agreed to meet with Starmer. So Trump says he talked to UK's Starmer yesterday. Germany's Schultz says he rejects what Vance said at the Munich conference. And Trump says he agreed to meet Starmer maybe in the next few weeks.
Uh, 15-minute and hourly, it's above. YM and RTY below. IB low. ES spent the lunch hour below IB low. Never. NQ never broke IB low. I mean, what are you trying to convince me? I don't understand what you're saying. We're in balance. I don't know. Does it make sense that IWM and ES and YM are all in a similar relationship? Yeah, they're all very correlated. but like RTY or IWM just hugging POC, right? Trying to get some initiative, but failing. SPY, same thing. Holding our highs, rotating back down. Not really much here. The only thing that we have going for us is Qs have a bit more
So
room.
Fox News is to present a
but
joint interview with
that's
Trump
it.
and Musk February 18th.
We're just watching to see if this can hold this edge and then keep going, or if this is going to rotate down and then follow ES and RTY. But nothing has broken the idea that we're just in a balanced market.
So Fox News' Hannity is to interview Trump and Musk at the White House. At 3 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Logan, who participates in a moderated Q&A at the 159th Assembly for Bank Directors, Southwestern Graduate School of Banking at Southern Methodist University. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A.
Full NQ test here towards 60. See if ES just peaks under this daily open, sort of like 32.
Like when I tell you that PVZ does like 90% of the work for you, I mean it.
Fed's Logan says the next couple months of inflation data will be pretty important.
I love those statements. Every time I just get a kick out of it. The data released will be important data that will be released.
And Logan says even if we get better data on inflation, we should be cautious on rates. Logan says if the labor market stays strong and better inflation data doesn't necessarily mean the Fed can cut. And Logan says we're also focused on geopolitical and policy changes. We are taking our time to see how these affect the economy. Fed's Logan says we're in a good position right now to watch the data.
There's your value low, ES.
This should be re-offer here. Again, just bouncing PVZ. Now pushing back into our offer. Need to see a very clear look back above for a continuation higher. Just from the thing that I just posted, zoomed in, it's the same thing, right? We gotta get over and hold. Expect your offer here. Same as before. If we go back to the NQ chart, gotta show interest above 83 and then rebid for a continuation higher. And then we can rotate our balance that we traded earlier. 30 seconds until new 15s. Pretty clear rejection at our 183 on NQ. Need to see that look above and hold for, again, that pop and continuation. We can adjust some of these levels with how we built out. So it looks like it could go up or it could go down. Yeah, well, again,
So
this
France
is
chief engineer says a Russian drone attack on Chernobyl has badly damaged confinement structure, which can no longer function as designed.
we have two edges, right? Options garden. We have our value edge, which is what we just retested, and we have our anchored VWAP and our offer here. So for a continuation, right, we need to see a very clear bid and hold above this, or we expect sell side to continue to kind of just maintain this downtrend, and we balance in between here for right now, right? So we are in a new balance. We've rejected our old balance, right? That being this. So if we fail to get back in, right, above this and show an interest to retest and rotate through our old balance, which would be this pivot, then we're establishing a lower balance, right? So if this continues to maintain, we need to see a very clear look and hold above, or a very clear look and then retest of our value edge for rotations through. Does that make sense? You see how we've established that this is our value edge here, so we can play around that? We are rotating in between these two areas, our higher auction and our lower auction. So if we enter back in, this will be a very important test, because if buy side fails to maintain this low, we'll rotate back down to POC, right? And then POC rotation will result in a value rotation. And that just is showing us that we are in a continuation of our larger higher time frame balance that we've been talking about all day. So it's super important that we either breach and hold back up for new highs, or we're going to see a continuation of sellers now maintaining where buyers used to find value, right? So this is a very clear flip that we've done. Yeah, I mean, I get you're kidding, but also, like, I gotta... Not everyone understands that. You got to risk off and do 172 as your first target here if you are buying this pivot that we have marked on NQ. This is our rebid reversal line. Just watching to see if we can get above or not. If We can start to bid above 172, then we can rotate back up to that 183, 185 area, just for the top of the range. But this has to be first target. And again, just to reiterate the balance example, right? We're just balanced right now in between these two areas. On QQQ, sell side still very active here at this 537.67 to 82. And we're getting our first lower high. And that's the same level on NQ at 72s that I just mentioned. Just like we saw here at the other failure of our higher auction, at this 183 area that we talked about, right, up in here, if this area fails, I fully expect a rotation back down to 130. Just keep that in mind. And that would look something like this. So if our offer that is really attempting here, if this buyer that's sitting here no longer wants this, and we see another shift of value, we should expect sell side to start to gain control over this area, and then we should rotate down for our full reversion trade, right, down back to day open. So we really want to see bids continue to maintain here and rotate us back up and get us over this edge if we're gonna, oops, wrong tool, if we're gonna keep going higher. Right, we want to see this then go supportive, and then we rotate our upper auction that we traded earlier in the day, and then we do something like this. Does anyone have questions about that? Do we understand what I'm talking about? Do we all remember this interaction here? How this was our buyer, and then it flipped sell, and then we saw that acceleration down? So same thing here. We found another buyer who's willing to take in, but if this guy leaves and sellers take advantage of that and then hold this, we should expect then a reversion back down to our 15-minute VWAP, down at 130. So I'm just watching to see how this balance plays out, this lower balance that we are creating.
Some of the increase
and
in
if we can
longer
get back
rate-
in our
longer
upper
term
auction.
rates came from expectations for stronger economic growth and expectation the Fed policy rate will stay higher for longer.
Please let me know if you're confused or if we're all on the same page. But that's what I'm watching for. 20 seconds till new 15s. New 15s opening now. Pushing into secondary target here on NQ off the look over 172. Need to get over this edge again. Same as before. Got to get back into our upper auction or expect sell side to be sitting here. Need to see that look above and then a willingness to hold. This range doesn't look actionable. Why? What about our two zones doesn't look actionable? We've identified a buyer, we've identified a seller.
Logan says the level of long rates is a key factor in assessing financial conditions.
Back at it again with the insightful
And Logan
comments.
says we will lower rates further if we need, but that's not where we are right now. Logan says right now the focus is restoring 2% inflation.
And I'm not saying that to like be a dick. I don't know how to say your name, but like I wanted to like really reiterate, like if you're looking at higher time frame structure, like what's the issue with accumulating if we understand that this is where our buyer is and this is where our seller is? Do you get what I'm saying? Like what? How is that not tradable?
So US Defense Secretary Hegseth set to seek 8% spending shift at the Pentagon as Doge looms.
I've risked off about 2/3 of my position. We're watching to see if we can get above and start to accumulate here at this like 83 to 87. If we can do that, we should be able to rotate up. But I am taking off into this POC resistance, right? And then I'm looking to play for my runners back up into this high, just like we talked about. Same thing on QQQ. Held our value edge. We've now rotated and held this as supportive, right? And now we're looking to see if we can get the continuation up. It's so hard to delete things. I think this is as low as you'd want to see it go is here. On any sort of major pullback. If buyers aren't establishing themselves here at the mid, then probably a lost cause. Ideally, we hold 83s, but if this needs to come down, we have to watch for something like this to occur. So if you have a runner from the lows, this is kind of your invalidation here. 170. I'll be right back.
EU Foreign Policy Chief Callas invites EU foreign ministers in Munich to meet on EU-US relations and Ukraine.
Yes, RTY is starting to lead here. Careful. Starting to diverge on NQ. If this weakness persists and we can't find a low on Russell at ETH low, I expect this NQ move to be over short term until we get that pullback down to 170. Watching Russell here.
This is that was full buy side imbalance fill there for EOS in that initial mid morning pump. Or low, I should say. It is crazy that ES's like daily range is 20 points and our 5-day ADR is like 70, 80. Yeah, I can't even see it on the screen. It's insane.
Yeah, Tom said something similar this morning, but it's like, what am I going to do with that? Like, until we break out of balance, like, I'm not looking for
No,
ADR.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's just- no. I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah, no, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally get you. 30 seconds until new 15s. Gotta see RTY find a low, guys. So our NQ weakness is looking pretty likely with us closing below POC on this candle. POC had our 187 on NQ. New 15's opening now. I'd like to see ES and RTY figure something out here, find some sort of bid. I just got tagged out 1 into 196, top of our range. I've got one runner left with a 220 target. And a break even stop. Boy.
Really watching ES closely here as that last little pump back towards daily open could not hold in value above ORL. We get a lower high. If it just comes up holds, we should rotate, but
Gotta show interest over 200s, or this is just gonna get slapped down again.
ES has got to squeeze these guys.
So for everyone, I'm going to walk through this one last time because I think it's really important that we all understand the upper and lower auction idea. We had this lower auction that tried to take place, right? Let me turn off indicators. We went through and talked about this, of how this is how we're just transacting between these two areas. And then we had this upper balance, and it was these two areas, right? And we saw a shift from sellers here, where this became our offer, and we rotated down, and then we were rotating this lower structure. What happens now that we've entered back into this structure? Well, we've gotten our rotation back to our highs, right? Do we see how we can play around these pivots once we've established and found a buyer and a seller, and then we can look to play the rotations back up? Is this visible now? And same thing on QQQ, right? It's a very clear lower auction and higher auction, right? What happened when we were able to show interest back in to this auction? Well, we were able to then rotate through it, right? Are we all on the same page? Like, these are like really important concepts. $230. Sheesh. Trying to one up my target? That's crazy.
I think he meant 23,000.
Holy. I am flat. I'm just gonna chill, wait this out, and then see if we can build up here. I'm thinking if we can hold and show interest here, this should be good for a rotation up. I will wait. Got a buyer at 195 that I'm interested to see what they do. So we push down into it. Retest our value edge for this candle. It's a huge ass seller on NQ at 205, 310 lots showing themselves. Watching how we test here into our low of our high auction. It's 183, 187 area. I want to see bid really maintain and then get us back over. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with myself. We'll watch to see how we build here.
Interesting that RTY put in a slight lower low off that. Yes, holding where it needs to. Obviously NQ, just massive retest.
I'm waiting to see if this can hold and if we can get back up. Or this is going to fail. XLF has to find a low. We want this RTY thing to do anything. And ES, or sorry, QQQ, top of our balance here, just rejected, rotating back down. Yeah, we're just watching to see now how we interact. We've got 30 seconds. I just started to see a bit of absorption into 209, and that got me a bit worried that we were going to need a bigger pullback. This is what I was looking at. These guys here, and then we've got this guy here. So I'm watching to see basically if this goes offer again for rotations down, or if this can hold. And from this guy, we can basically do something like this, and then get above this for continuation, or if this is going to be a very aggressive seller that rotates us back to retest these guys here into our low. Just unsure. Wasn't convinced. Especially with how much liquidity started to go on Dom there. Spooked me. You just see like a very clear look over 200s from our bid here. I'm not in this, but understand like this is bottom of range, now testing top of range, right? And we have this guy who's offsides above. So if sell side serious, we're going to get a lower high, right? So if you did buy this pivot, this has to be our first risk off as we're here. If we can look above, amazing. We should be able to retest and push, but expect sell side to be sitting here.
One minute now until we get the market on close imbalance.
What a candle.
So we're looking now to the market on close imbalance. The S&P 500, a
Sheesh.
buy side 1.1 billion, Nasdaq 100, a buy side of 905 million, Dow 30 stocks are a buy side of 395 million, while the Mag 7 stocks are a buy side of 685 million.
Boss, you still holding for 230?
Hell yeah, he is.
Again, like our pivots from our previous auction are just playing to a T. I just don't know what happens up here. It's so volatile. Again, I'm flat, but like nothing about our low or our pivot here has shifted. This is very good. 220 was just a fib target for me. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm flat, but everything's holding that needs to hold. Good luck. Testing our wick high here. The bid is crazy up here with the amount of buyers. See if it can hold. There's a lot to punish if we can hold this upper auction from down below. Today felt good. Hopefully, it felt good for you guys as well. It felt better than the last couple days for me. Our baby NQ is back. I could see it being kind of miserable if you're trading ES. I'm sorry about that. Our 4-hour range is above into this 30 area. Just move stops up. I have no idea what happens up
Also
here.
say the US Internal
Zero
Revenue
idea.
Service is preparing to dismiss thousands of employees next week.
Tagged into 20s and immediately sold. Again, I'm out. This was target. Congrats if you held.
I was promised 23,000. I'm on. I don't know what's going on.
Alright, I'm deleting our pathing now that this is fully played. Later, Sparrow.
According to ICI, money market fund assets rise to a record $6.923 trillion.
1 more minute. There is your bell. Everybody have a decent week? Feel like it was not a horrible week. Remember, Monday is off. No Monday activities. But, like I said, hopefully people had a good week. I'm gonna have a nice time to go enjoy your weekend. Any final comments, questions, concerns? If not, I will let you guys go, and I'm gonna boogie out as well.
You answered my message from last week.
Me? Oh my goodness, you wrote me a book, I missed it. Alright, I will answer it in more depth, but my initial answer, Ty, is get better.
Get good.
Like, it's actually that simple. That's not easy, but that's like... But that's not what you even asked. Like, you literally... This is like a... Okay. So, like, when you wrote out your issues, you literally answered your question that you wrote at the bottom. Like, you know what to do. You just have to do it. It's literally just like, get good. Like, you gotta walk in, man. And you are. That's not saying you're not doing that.
I don't know
There is no
what you
secret
wrote,
sauce.
but yeah. It's just like with like exercising or anything else. You're not gonna see your six pack, you know, a week later, a month later.
The main question was, how do I practice losing more gracefully?
Hmm.
I hate being wrong and I really struggle with it, but haven't developed a way to practice. And then he spent like 3 paragraphs writing about how he's been practicing and what his problems are. So like, you know what to do, you just have to do it. He copy pasted it.
According to Axios, bidders for TikTok are talking directly with the White House and not with ByteDance.
I mean, this looks really good.
Yeah, like his equity to curve is great.
Yeah. What aren't you happy about with this? You are 5K in profit with 47% profitable trades. Like, you clearly have a system that's working for you. Go back and analyze your losers and see see if there's anything you can do differently to make that profitability percent go up a bit. But like, you're already profitable with the strategy that you're currently using.
See, and then this, your comment right there. You're afraid. Just, dude, you guys just gotta lock in, man. You're doing it.
Like, your curve looks really good. Largest losing trade 360, average losing trade 64, which is basically you just stopping out when you know you're wrong. That's basically just it's a break even, right? Your biggest winner is larger than your biggest loser. Your average winning trade is larger than your average losing trade. So you automatically are just profitable with those two stats, which means that you're keeping a risk to reward in mind. I mean, like, you will just forever be profitable as long as this remains same. The only thing I can think of that might not be showing is like that longest losing trade. Was that it coming back up to break even, or was that you getting stopped out and taking a small loss? Right. That's the only thing I can think of that would make you like emotionally be like, I'm not doing something right yet. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. All right, this is what you want to see. And then, like, I love seeing this. Your largest loser was right before your largest winner, which means like your trade invalidated, and then you got back in, and you were on the right side. That 360 and then 512 winner. Yeah, I mean, there's. I'd have to like look at some of your bad entries that you're like unsure of. I mean, you can send them to me. We can talk about them, but it seems like you're doing everything
The
right.
Treasury has used more than 70% of debt to cap special measures.
Like, if you can keep this up, it's very sustainable. Is this a weekly report? What is this?
This is year to date.
Oh, year to date? Okay. I wish I could do a year to date and it'd show. How are you able to do a performance review with over 2,000 contracts? Mine doesn't let me. I'm kind of mad at how slow I make money compared to others. Nah, dude, bro, like, you gotta get up. That is, I will call you an idiot on that one. First of all, you are making money. You are beating 99.95% of people. Compare yourself to those people and not the 0.005% of people who are above you, right? Just being profitable is huge. You are already in the top percentile, right? Now it's just about honing what you already have and getting better. All that other shit will come. Having a curve that looks like that is like that. You should be incredibly proud of that. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, I mean, if you have any like trades that you're like unsure of, you can send them to Mario or I'm sure we would look at them. But I mean, it looks like from what you just showed, everything looks good to me. I mean, we can't see like the things that are making. I would the thing that I would want to know is what makes you feel like this isn't good enough, right? Like those are the things that I would like to see, like examples. Because if you're not proud of this, I'd like to see what emotionally is holding you back, you know? And something to, and now that I know this is year to date, I mean, your progress has gotten so much more sustainable in this area, right? You have a much better risk to reward in the more recent period. Like this is pretty good. Looks like you're holding winners a bit longer. You had that one that went against you, yeah, sure, but like your average is pretty good. Yeah, and I think like again, like the biggest thing for me that I've been like, you don't need to scale. I keep seeing people being like, why don't you scale? Why don't you scale? Why aren't you upping your size? Like, do what works for you and what you're comfortable with. Forever. As long as it's compounding, you're making money and that money will grow, right? Like you don't need to scale more contracts. You don't have to trade something that you're uncomfortable with or that you know that you're going to get emotional about. It is the thing that has saved me and helped me the most, which is staying consistent. Because the longer that you can trade at that level and you gain that consistency with your size and with the trades that you're taking, the more consistently you will be making money and the more your money will go up, right? You don't need to scale contracts. Get that out of your head. I hate when I see traders are like trading like 50 contracts. Like, what are we doing? Just trade your setup, play the range, take your ego out of it. Money will come. If you ever at one point want to try to scale, go for it, right? But like, get consistency first. Feel comfortable with the trades you're taking and the size that you're trading. Because as soon as you start to up your contract size, you're going to skew everything. You're not used to like, I don't know. It's just such a, like I would do what you're doing for the rest of the year and I wouldn't upsize until you're like completely comfortable and understand what your risk profile is in your head. Because as soon as you up it, let's say you start trading like 2 more contracts than what you're doing. Like, what does that look like with the losses that you're taking right now? What does that $300 loss look like with 2 more contracts on it? Like in your head, you're not going to have that comfortability yet of like that $300 loss is now almost close to $1,000 of risk that you're putting on the other side. Are you comfortable with $1,000 on the losing side of that trade? Or are you going to stop out? You know what I mean? Like you have to times all of your current risk to reward that you have, your current winners and your current losers, and look to see what those look like with more size. Because I found that when I started to scale more, I was really uncomfortable with the numbers that I was looking at. But you have to like get in your head, what do these trades look like with more size? I found that like when I upped my size, I was still taking profits at the same levels I was when I was trading smaller, and then like that was making my risk to reward really skewed. Yeah, hopefully what I'm saying is making sense. So like I would still be consistently taking profits at the same levels that same like monetary values. So like the trades didn't really make sense to like scale in more. I wasn't looking for higher targets. I wasn't doing anything else differently. I don't know. It just didn't feel great. Like if I can feel comfortable trading 1 or 2 contracts and I can feel comfortable taking risk off, 15 points in and then 30 points in, like cool, awesome. But I find that I skew my losers too thin when I'm trading larger size, and I'm taking profits too early. Because I'm just afraid of the leverage itself. But that might be a personal issue for me. I don't know. But I think like working on consistency and then just compounding is all you need to do, especially when you have a profile that looks like this, or sorry, a graph that looks like this. Like you're just going up. Like you're getting better and better, and it's becoming more and more sustainable. I don't know, man. Show me it in a month. All right, goodbye.
Bye.